And welcome to the May 23rd Board of Education meeting. The meeting is called to order. For the safety of all those in attendance, displays of signs and banners will not be permitted. Tonight's meeting is a meeting of the board held in public, not a public hearing or discussion with the board. Patrons will be invited to share comments as part of the public comment portion of the meeting as outlined in Board Policy BCBI. That time is set aside on the board's agenda for members of the public to share their thoughts. It is not a time for dialogue with or question and answer session with the board. If your comments require follow-up from the board or district staff, that will occur after tonight's meeting. The district assumes no responsibility and/or liability for the information shared during public commentary. The views expressed are solely those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views of the Lawrence Public Schools. Please be respectful of the presenters and the board as we discuss and deliberate the issues and topics on tonight's agenda. Comments or actions that are disrespectful of presenters or disruptive of the board's discussions and deliberations, use of foul language or threats to the board or others in attendance will result in immediate removal from the meeting. In addition, USD 497 provides public access to our board meetings through live streaming. The platform used for this live streaming has acceptable use rules for its content on its site. While the district does not delete or hide board meeting videos, the streaming platform may elect to do so if the content of the public comment or any other portion of the meeting is found to violate the platform's acceptable use rules. Thank you for your cooperation in these areas. At this time, a motion will be in order to approve the agenda.
This is Shannon. I move we amend and approve the agenda for the May 23rd, 2020 board meeting to include the updated personnel report.
Is there a second?
This is Kay, I second.
Hill,
Yes.
Kimball,
Yes.
Kadu Blackwood,
Yes.
Emerson,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Nussbaum,
Yes.
Smith. Motion passes 6-0.
And my apology, is Paula on?
Yeah, she's having some trouble.
Okay. So Paula Smith, the 7th board member, will be joining us via Zoom. So she is in attendance, but attending virtually this evening. So Dr. Lewis, recognitions, then you'll hear from Shannon Kimball to acknowledge retirements.
All right, good evening, everyone. I want to, first of all, thank Kelly Thompson in our Free State High School, who was our Free State High School's Director of Speech and Debate. Definitely has done a tremendous job with his students this year, earning some state and national recognitions. They're outstanding for their outstanding accomplishments, and that definitely reflects on them well, and definitely reflects on Mr. Thompson as a coach for the entire school. So would you please help me give Kelly a hand as he prepares to introduce us to our Free State National Debate champions and Class 6A State Speech champions. Kelly Thompson.
I could ask the members of the state speech team to come up and stand here.
At least.
Talk for a moment.
I just need to make sure.
Sure.
There we go. Thank you.
It's all too fancy for me.
Next slide.
Is that okay?
Take it to the next slide.
Everybody good? On May 7th, the Free State Forensics team competed at the 2022 Class 6A Kisa State Championships. Our results there included advancing 15 of 18 entries to the top 12 of their events, 11 of 18 to the top 6, and 6 of our 18 to the top 3. Finally, one of our students was named the state champion in both of his events, as senior John Marshall finished first in Lincoln Douglas debate, as well as in domestic extemporaneous speaking. He was the only person to win both of his events at this year's 6A state tournament. All told, Free State finished with 351 points, which is enough to claim our third straight 6A state speech championship. So I hope you'll please join me and congratulate and recognize this Free State state champion forensics team.
Congratulations.
Thanks for being here tonight.
Congratulations. Outstanding. Thank you. Congratulations. Well done. Really good work. Congratulations and thank you. Really outstanding. It's impressive. Thank you.
Congratulations and thank you.
Super congratulations. It was awesome. Well done.
I have a second recognition that I'd like to make today. Each year, the University of Kentucky hosts the Tournament of Champions, an elite debate tournament for which the top teams qualify via their results at national circuit tournaments throughout the season. Last year, Free State students John Marshall and Serena Rupp became the first team in USC 497 history to qualify for the tournament. As a result of that success and their continued hard work over the summer, they started this season ranked number 4 in the country according to the National Coaches Poll. Their season included invitations to 3 prestigious round-robin tournaments featuring top teams from across the country. After completing their season being ranked in the top 4 for the entire year, the culmination of their high school careers came at the 2022 Tournament of Champions. In that competition, Serena and John qualified to the elimination rounds as one of the tournament's top 30 teams, and then proceeded to defeat 5 consecutive top 25 teams to win the national championship. In doing so, LFS-RM became the first team in Kansas history to win the TOC. Please join me in congratulating your national champion Firebird debate team, seniors Serena Rupp and John Marshall.
Congratulations. This is super cool. Congratulations and thank you.
What, I would ask, would any of our debate students would like to say anything? Or you all debated out? Tired? Well, it truly is a huge honor, and we're so happy for you and appreciative of the work that you've done. And thank you so much, Kelly, Mr. Thompson, for your work with our scholars. Congratulations. And as I said at last meeting, it's definitely is title town. State champions and national champions right here, Lawrence Free State, Lawrence Public Schools. Thank you so much.
I have 2 retirements to recognize this evening. Congratulations to Rebecca Mason on your retirement. Please accept the board's heartfelt thanks for your 23 years of service and devotion to this community and its schools. In addition, I want to recognize Nancy McKee on your retirement. Please accept the board's heartfelt thanks for your 15 years of service and devotion to our community and its schools.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Next is a report of the Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Lewis.
Okay. A couple other honors. Free State also added a girls swimming and diving state championship to the books over the weekend. Congratulations goes out to the swim team and Coach Annette McDonald. Congratulations there, another state championship. Also have some other student accomplishments to mention. LVS 8th grader Emma Ryan took her senior moves to the field test and earned the title of U.S. Figure Skating Gold Medalist. This is the culmination of her hard work to complete 8 tests over 6 weeks. In addition, congratulations to Free State Theater student Mary Kate Schultz. Her 10-minute play was selected to be performed as a live stage reading at the International Thespian Festival in Bloomington, Indiana this summer. So congratulations to those 2 scholars as well. Okay. As you know, we announced this morning that due to inclement weather in the forecast for Tuesday evening, we have moved Free State High School's graduation to its backup date of Thursday, still at 7 p.m. in the evening at Free State Stadium. We hope that by announcing this change early would allow many of our families and students to adjust their travel plans so families can make the necessary changes. We do so also understand that the changes in graduation schedule may be a hardship for families. We continue to watch the forecasts related to Lawrence High ceremony on Wednesday, and if changes need to be made, we will announce them as soon as possible and no later than noon on Wednesday. The Lhs Backup Date is this Friday. Unfortunately, Allen Fieldhouse was not available to us this spring, and any of our on-campus locations, if we were to utilize them, we would have to would have had to implement a ticket system to probably allow maybe 2 tickets per family. These backup dates were communicated back probably 1st of April, I believe. Also would like to share my appreciation for the group of parents, business sponsors that have been working hard to organize project graduation for all seniors in Lawrence. It will be held at 10 p.m. on May 25th at Abe and Jake's Landing. This celebration will include fun, games, music, food, and dancing. It is a safe, supervised celebration that we hope many of our graduates will participate in. Speaking of graduations, it was a joy to celebrate with Lawrence Virtual School graduates this past Saturday, and to mark the graduation of our Project Search and C-Tran young adults from both of those transition programs last week. I do want to thank the board members that attended those graduations this past week. You have an amended personnel report on your consent agenda tonight. It includes the resignation of Principal Shalita Middleton, whom I want to thank for her outstanding leadership at Kennedy, and then again during the transition of students and staff from, to Prairie Park after we repurposed Kennedy as an early childhood community center. Shalita has done some remarkable work there, improving outcomes for students. We definitely wish her well in her new endeavors. We have selected Jason Townsend, who's currently a West Middle School academic interventionist, as the interim principal at Prairie Park for next year. Jason is leading our secondary summer learning program and is a highly regarded administrator, highly regarded for his work with students and staff at West, especially for his dedication to building strong relationships with students and ensuring that they have the resources and support that they need to be successful. In addition, we have selected Lawrence High Assistant Principal Dr. Jenny Schmidt to serve as interim principal of Pinckney Elementary in the fall. The board previously approved the resignation of Maya Lugran. Dr. Schmidt has extensive experience working in Title I schools and supervising the implementation of a dual language model, including research, recruitment, and retention of staff, instructional coaching, and family engagement. She too is dedicated to building community and working with other educators to create a culture of learning through a shared commitment to the achievement and success of each student. Also, our teaching and learning team has selected Dr. Jana Craig Hare, Director of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment for the Baldwin City Schools currently, and she will be our Director of Data and Technology. As you know, this position is a restructuring of Dr. Zach Conrad's Executive Director position as part of the administrative budget reductions. We certainly appreciate Dr. Conrad's support and his skill set. I'm told that only about 10 people in the country can do the things that he can do. That was a joke there, Zach. I heard you mentioning that. And we know that he will continue to make a positive difference for students and teachers working in Kansas City, Kansas public schools. And then finally, we want to share the selection of Julie Henry as Director of Food Services. She is completing her 4th year as Assistant Director of Child Nutrition and Wellness for the Kansas State Department of Education. This director position is fully funded by Food Services and is a part of a reorganization with the upcoming departure of Assistant Director Lindsay Morgan, again, with our best wishes for her continued success. The free summer meal program begins June 6th at Billy Mills Middle School, Holcomb Park, and the Public Library. You can find more information about this on our website. I also want to remind the board that they will hear tonight a budget update that includes some information about our implementation of the more than $6.4 million in budget reductions that you approved in April. I want to take a moment to thank our district administrators, our teachers and staff for their assistance in this difficult process. We brought the Budget and Program Evaluation Committee as well as the Boundary Committees this past week to thank them for their suggestions and their service. We updated them on what the board had approved and answered any questions that they may have had. I also want to publicly acknowledge our Human Resources staff. As you know, we lost our former Executive Director of Human Resources to another district right in the middle of these budget reductions in the budget planning process. Our current, then Director, still current, she's serving in dual roles, really. Director of Elementary Schools and now our Executive Director of Human Resources, Kristen Ryan, has stepped in and really stepped up to work alongside our Director, Ron May, and Assistant Director, Sarah Hamlin, and their entire outstanding HR team. They researched all of the moving parts, move pieces around in terms of implementing staff cuts in such a way with the ultimate goal of protecting our existing staff and to keep the needs of our students at the forefront. And so I want to thank Kristen and her team for your tireless effort. Sometimes I can leave, I'll go over there. I said, don't stay long, and they're still here. So thank you all so much for what you have done and what you're doing in this process. Also want to make mention that our former Executive Director of Finance began her well-deserved retirement during the budget planning process. That was Kathy Johnson, and Cindy Frick, who's out ill today, has stepped into the role and has quickly been brought up to speed on our budget. She has worked with Assistant Directors Kevin Etzel and Pam Fraley and our entire business office staff to shepherd us through these planning processes and budget reductions. Also in the midst of that was a state audit, as well as the ESSER process. Also making plans for the first public Montessori school in Kansas. And now we're at the end of the school year and fiscal year. And so there's been a tremendous amount of catching up on her part. And so my thanks to Cindy for being a quick study, and to our entire business and finance department for their excellent support. And I do want to call these students' names. We had our last meeting today, our Student Superintendent Advisory Council. So if you would just allow me to call their names, just in a public place to thank them. Ani Scott, Carmela Douglas, Gabriella Carter, Jesse Self, Cameron Harrell, LaDerrick Reeves, and Olivia Cadu. Thank those students for their service on our Superintendent Advisory Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Next on the agenda is the report of the President of the Board of Education. And I'll keep my comments brief because I know we have a lot to cover on the agenda. I do want to congratulate all the graduates of 2022. I had the opportunity to attend a couple graduations last week, the Project Search and also CTRAN. It was amazing to see all the families and students and the educators that helped them get to where they are today. So that was a great experience. And as the school year comes to a close, I'd like to also thank all the educators and administrators at every level of our district for another successful school year. And I also like to announce that 6 students from Lawrence Public Schools has been selected to participate in LMH's Summer Leadership Academy. And so more to come on that when we have our official announcement. All right. Next is public comment. Do we have a volunteer to read the policy?
I can do it. The USD 497 Board of Education welcomes public comments and thanks you for taking time to talk to us about our policies and procedures. We set aside this time during our regular meetings to hear from the public. This is your time to share your opinions. However, complaints about specific staff or students will be heard by the board in an executive session in order to protect the privacy of the individuals to be discussed. While you are not required to share your contact information, we ask for that information so district staff or the board can follow up with any specific concerns you may have. The board president will invite comment on topics not included on the agenda at the beginning of each meeting. Comments relating to agenda items are welcomed after the board has had the opportunity to discuss the topic. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. In person, we have Blake Swenson.
Hello? Hello? Do both microphones?
Oh.
work? Hello? Hello. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Blake Swenson, and I come to you tonight as a Lawrencian, a parent, and a Free State social studies teacher. With these various perspectives, I would like to address the future budget decisions of the district. While I appreciate the civic enthusiasm from the Save Our Schools group, I have great concerns about the policy outcomes the board made in response to a campaign that lacked basic knowledge about the budgetary process and primarily focused on solving the budget shortfalls by cutting administrative salaries or positions, sprinkled with some parent volunteers to fill the professional staffing gaps that schools across our district face. By saving school buildings and delaying the budget decisions by months, we saw a number of positions and programs cut and saw an exodus of teaching talent through retirement, resignation, and new jobs. This led to fires having to be put out at every board meeting. First saving gymnastics, then schools, librarians, learning coaches, Latin, etc. And this instability hurts recruitment of both new staff and new families. I come tonight with an alternative SOS message: staff our schools. I urge the board to follow Shannon Kimball's proposal for next year to come up with a long-term budget plan that includes school closures. For the past 20 years, USD 497 has continually decided to maintain real estate for mostly nostalgic reasons over creating a budget that fits the district's actual demographic profile. This has led to staffing shortages in every building because other schools have to make cuts to help fund the undercapacity schools. On average, the capacity schools have to send over $3,000 for each student at an undercapacity school. Therefore, valuing the brick and mortar buildings for short-term political victories over long-term planning has sacrificed staff in every school building. This negatively impacts our district goals, specifically providing equitable resources for our students with the most needs, because no building has a full staff, which includes shortages of teachers, administrators, nurses, counselors, librarians, paraeducators, secretaries, custodians, food service staff, and any other position I have forgotten. This lowers job satisfaction and morale as everyone is trying to make up the work of missing staff and definitely prevents the district from offering more competitive salaries and wages. This is all compounded by the underfunding of general school budgets due to public school opposition in both the state and federal legislatures. In addition, the state of Kansas only funds special education at 70% of the required legal mandates. So when community members and staff are continually questioning the moral character of district administration with accusations of them hiding money, remember, the district administrators are not dragons like an Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, but individuals who have dedicated their careers to public service and providing an education to your children, and must deal with the monetary constraints established by our legislative leaders. Now, there are valid critiques of the policy and hiring outcomes, but when we mimic the uncivilized misinformation spreading that is common on social media and that we are trying to prevent students from engaging in, we as a community are failing as role models. In conclusion, USD 497 must come up with a plan to close at least 3 of the elementary schools. Now, I would suggest that the district develop a comprehensive outlook and close schools across the district, east and west of Iowa, north and south of 15th. This means we would also have to redraw boundary lines, which most likely will lead to the creation of a Save Our Boundary Lines group. But the board must make the hard but pragmatic decisions and ignore the low-hanging, short-term headline victories and prioritize saving the school district by fully staffing our schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we will move virtual. Is Justin on? He is. Okay. Justin, can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, so my name is Dr. Justin Spees, and I've written a little story. I tried to read it last time. I got censored for some reason because I included a name that wasn't anybody up on the stage, so I'm not including any names. It's a fictional story. This ain't about you guys up there, lose your egos. All right, so once upon a time in a land far, far away, there lived a school superintendent who was determined to run his school and district into the ground with his unnecessary overreach into the lives of the families of Never Never Land. The superintendent was a proud man, but because of that, he was driven by arrogance and a thirst for power. He was so scared of words and the truth that he censored a guy who spoke words he didn't like and the truth he hoped to avoid. So this superintendent and his merry band of school board members would only allow the guy to talk online at school board meetings, which made it as easy as pushing a button on a tablet to kick him out of the meetings if they didn't like the words he strung together in his sentences. Each time they threw this citizen out of the school board meetings, they would say to him, "You aren't allowed to directly address any particular board member," which includes the superintendent. At the last meeting, this citizen, who by all accounts is a hell of a guy, was censored and hung up on during his comments for simply asking why the superintendent applied for another job in his home state, and if it had to do with him not liking his current superintendent job, and if so, why did he no longer like his job in Never Never Land? Seemed like reasonable and appropriate questions asked given the importance of the situation. I mean, how else do you find out why the superintendent doesn't like this job and therefore felt it necessary to apply somewhere else right in the middle of a disaster in the school district that he created? However, a recent school board meeting public comment was opened by the superintendent's close friend and pastor, who proceeded to, no cap, slobber all over the superintendent for a full 3 minutes. Couldn't gush over him enough. It was over the top and purposely so. So that was perfectly fine for this superintendent's good friend to talk directly about him, but asking why the superintendent isn't committed to the students, schools, and families is suddenly off limits, and the punishment for doing so is to be immediately banished from the meeting and censored. But this superintendent was also profoundly incompetent at his job as superintendent. Enrollment fell through the basement floor. A massive deficit was created by his short-sightedness and ego. You see, this superintendent's ego was his Achilles heel. One day, the superintendent had his ego bruised by some street corner protesters calling loud on his massive and inexplicable $236,350 salary as he drove by. So he tried to run them over with his car twice during one incident. No charges were filed by the authorities because, well, apparently in Never Never Land, a car driven by an angry man that's traveling at any rate of speed somehow is non-threatening at all. and the pedestrians aren't believed when they say they feared for their lives. But this isn't a fairy tale ending. Sadly for all parties involved, this superintendent didn't get the new job he applied for, though the Never Never Land papers made it seem like he was a shoo-in. Word is he didn't get the job because the new school district got word of him trying to run over 3 protesters with his car and decided that ain't a good look. Somehow Never Never Land doesn't think it's a bad look, so he's still here burning things to the ground. So now the citizens of Never Never
Justin, you're
Land...
done. Thank you.
All
Can we
right.
mute his
Thank-
mic? Thank you. Next on the agenda is the approval of the consent agenda. I'm sorry, board commentary. Yes, Shannon.
Thank you, Erica. First of all, I want to clarify for the public that this board has never prevented someone from coming to the board and speaking about board members. We've listened to lots of public comments saying that we've done good things and saying that we've done bad things. And we have never prevented somebody from saying those things to us because as elected officials, that is part of our duty and responsibility when we provide a limited public forum, such as public comment at our board meetings. However, it is our policy in this district that we do not have people come to public comment and air complaints about specific employees of this district during public comment. And we will be enforcing that policy. We have tried to enforce it in the past, and we will continue to enforce that policy in the future. So I just wanted to make sure the public understood that. I had a couple of things I wanted to share in addition to that. Policy Committee, we met on May 12th. There are a number of proposed updates on tonight's agenda for the board for a first read that are aligning the policies with our district practice regarding how we write policy, how we implement these policies in practice, and also aligning them with some model policy recommendations that the Policy Committee has reviewed. We also talked about our continuing research around a social media policy for the district, and also proposed revisions to our board operations manual and updates. We will get an update at our next meeting at our next policy meeting on the project to create uniform student handbooks for our buildings. I want to thank all of the staff and board members who participate in the policy committee. We welcomed a new staff person, Dr. Quentin Riles, to our committee as well, and appreciate the time that everyone puts into that work. Congratulations to all of our graduates that we have already honored in our district, as well as those that we will be honoring this week. It is the highlight of my board service every year to participate in those graduations and celebrate our students and their accomplishments. Two additional things. Wanted to share with the board that I attended on behalf of the leadership team. I attended an update meeting today about the RAP program, and I'm pleased to say that all the things that need to be happening to move that forward with our partnership with Burt Nash are happening. And the one takeaway I took for the board from that meeting is that we will likely see some minor revisions to the MOU between our two entities coming to the board sometime. I would expect sometime this summer. Those are a work in progress currently. Finally, I attended a meeting of the Kansas Advocacy Network last Friday to get an update on how the session ended and what to expect possibly today for the Sine Die, their last day of their session. I'm going to have Elise send out an explainer from the Legislative Research Department on the K-12 funding bill, because it included a number of policy provisions in addition to funding K-12 public education. There's actually, I think, 3 things I wanted to point out for the board to consider and be aware of. One, and perhaps the most consequential, are the open enrollment interdistrict transfer provisions that were in that bill. It's going to require the board to adopt policy governing that on or before January 1st of 2024, and we will have to have a hearing, a public hearing with a series of notices before the hearing, before we adopt that policy. So that will be work that we will need to be mindful of and be working in concert with our administration to prepare for as a board. In addition, there's some interesting provisions in that bill about allowing students to earn course credits through alternative educational opportunities. Again, the ability to take advantage of that requires a district to create policy and some structure that we currently don't have. So that may be something that we will need to be considering. And the third thing, and I think something that's maybe flown under the radar for districts, has to do with some additional requirements that they are placing on the Board of Education in regard to our budgeting process and the things that we are required to consider and discuss at our board meetings. I really love how they're directing how we're going to have a discussion about our budget when they refuse to fully fund our budget. And I think after having read the summary, I hope that board members will read that part of it, and after having read it, I think we will have to have some additional discussions about what that looks like over the summer going into our budget season this fall. It is going to require the board to do some things that we have not done in that manner in the past. So thanks for allowing me to share that information. That's all I have.
Anyone else?
This is Kay. I also would like to share out congratulations to the class of 2022. Like Shannon, I also attended the Kansas Advocacy Network meeting, and one of the things on the update on that, we have a lot of retirements going on. They spent a lot of time in session today just talking about retirements from individuals who are not going to be seeking re-election, including the chair of Education Committee. In addition to that, I was really excited to be able to partner with the Lawrence Virtual School and being able to speak at their National Junior High School Society. It was really kind of cool to be able to just really speak with students from across the state who have decided that Lawrence Public Schools is for them. And these individuals really kind of focused on civic engagement and what that means in their community by identifying a need and then coming up with service projects that they had led by themselves. It was really awesome to be a part of that. And then lastly, as we are coming towards the end of the school year, there have been a lot of successes and a lot of challenges. So, I hope that during this break that we all kind of look to see how we can be a part of the solutions in the upcoming year, because we got a lot of work to do, and I'm thankful to be in the seat. Thank you.
So I want to note that there are 3 board members with graduating seniors, and congratulate them specifically in addition to those of you that are about to launch into adulthood. I had attended several negotiations meetings with both PAL and LEA, and for the public who might not read the agenda closely, I just want to acknowledge that we have a executive session coming up where we'll be discussing wages as a component of that, and then for everyone to know in terms of process, we then, as a board, take that the wage suggestion that we collectively agree on back to the table and negotiate with both unions around whether or not that's a good fit or not. And I want to acknowledge the current budgetary circumstance we're in, which will be part of our report coming up, and some of the things that Blake mentioned and that we're seeing in terms of our staffing issues around retention and recruitment, that the amount of dollars that are available to us this year is really not what I would want for any level of staffing, including our administrators, our classified staff and certified staff. So as we work out those budget issues, that's on my mind, and as is fully funding special education. And then finally, I wanted to note that, actually, I'm going to save that because it's an agenda item coming up. So thank you.
Hi, this is Carol. I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate my fellow board members who have seniors graduating this coming week, and I would like to congratulate this year's class of 2022. I know it's been quite a journey, and I would like to thank all the staff that supported our students through this this pandemic. And I would like to also thank and acknowledge this district for continuing to support our Native American students as they graduate, and they wear their regalia and their feathers to graduations, because as we've seen in the city of Wichita, a few of the Native American students were asked to not participate in graduation ceremonies where they wore the regalia or their eagle feathers. So I would like to thank our district for supporting House Bill 2498. And that bill, again, it was passed in 2018, that prohibits state agencies from individuals wearing regalia to public events. So I would like to thank our district again for that. And I had the opportunity to attend the Haskell graduation ceremony with Speaker Deb Holland. Yeah, she was the commencement speaker. She is the Secretary of Interior, Deb Holland. And I would like to thank Principal Dr. Andy Taylor from Billy Mills for attending, and Kelly Walker, she is the NAS Director. And I would like to also take this moment to acknowledge our great our educational system that we have here, because I had the opportunity to sit next to fellow Cordley alumna, Lawrence Mayor Courtney Shipley. So that was a rare opportunity to sit with another Cordley person. All right, thank you.
Okay. Paula? Can't see you. Do you have anything for board comment?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Erica. I do not have any updates. I guess the one thing I attended was the update from for the negotiations on budget proposals. That's it. Thanks, Erica.
Okay, thanks, Paula. Next on the agenda is the approval of the consent agenda. Do you have a motion?
This is Kay. I move the Board of Education adopt the items listed on the consent agenda.
This is Carol, I second.
Kimball,
Yes.
Kadu Blackwood,
Yes.
Emerson,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Nussbaum,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the budget update. Is Cindy, she's remote?
Yes.
Okay. Then Kristen Ryan and Dr. Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Cindy Frick here. Sorry I can't be there in person. We did want to go over some of the budget reductions and staffing and multi-grade classrooms tonight. Kind of review the impact of the budget reductions, and Kristen Ryan will take us through that. And then we'll also take a look at the Montessori program with new enrollment projections and some additional cost. And Dr. Cynthia Johnson will take us through that. First of all, the budget reductions that we worked on throughout the year totaled the $6.4 million, as we've been talking about. We have the Ksde audit, which is final, and those final calculations will be coming to us in the next couple weeks from Ksde. But we appeared from the preliminary audit projections, we appear to be right in that scope of, in that range that we were looking at. We're just waiting on the final numbers there. And Kristen?
Yes, thank you, Cindy. Before I move to the next slide, I'll just paint the picture here from when I first started to where we are now to get everybody on the same page. But day one in my new role as Executive Director of Human Resources, the HR team, district and building administrators, and staff began the diligent and sensitive work of staff reductions for the $6.4 million budget cut. 2/3 of that $6.4 million reduction needed to be reduced from our current staffing. The reduction process, as I shared prior, was sensitive, challenging, and was an ever-changing puzzle. In HR, we were tasked with following the state statute for meeting non-renewal deadlines if needed, adhering to the RIF master agreement language for certified staff, and giving our best efforts to support staff as they found a new best fit if their position had changed. As we move through this process, HR kept the following important goals and expectations and policies at the forefront of our work. First was to protect our current staff and offer available positions. HR followed the master agreement and our gap policy regarding seniority, experience, and certification. Next, we wanted to ensure staff district-wide that they were well-informed of the open internal positions. And then third, we definitely followed the district transfer policies. The impact from the staffing budget reductions has created both opportunities and changes for our district. Next slide. So what I would like to recap for you is the actual reduction numbers as of to date. We have reduced 72 general education FTEs. Is that better? Yeah. Is that better? Yeah. We've reduced 72 general education FTEs, 11.5 classified staff, and 6.5 district level administrators. Reductions were made through retirements and exits. We did not have to use our reduction in force policy. And teachers whose positions were reduced were given the opportunity to transfer to open positions before those positions were open to external candidates. I would also like to give you an update on an opportunity that came from our budget reductions, and that was multi-grade. And I'm going to invite Leah Wisdom up here too, because she's really been working on this with our building principals. So with the budget reductions, and primarily many of those, the majority was elementary, that gave the opportunity for some flexibility at our elementary schools to staff their schools differently with the FTE they received. And so our elementaries have a varying degree of multi-grade opportunities. Some schools, you will not see multi-grade in their elementary school. They're using title funds to reduce class size to increase their sections for students. So we have a variety. Sometimes we have one grade level specifically. Sometimes it's across, meeting where the enrollment needs are. And the most important piece to remember about multi-grade, because principals receive a certain amount of FTE, that will change with enrollment. And so in August, there could be changes, right? There could be changes based on students entering or exiting our district, and principals will need to make that decision at that time in terms of their class sections. Do you want to talk about paraprofessional development?
Excuse me. So I'll talk a little bit about multi-grade professional development, just what our plan is to support teachers. So the first thing, it's a 3 or 4 part plan. But we have just recently brought together a small subcommittee that consists of a couple learning coaches, and the rest are classroom teachers who are going to be multi-grade teachers, as well as another sort of subset that's art, music, and PE, because that's another group that's really thinking hard about what is that going to look like when the multi-grade classrooms come into my art class or into my PE class. So we all met together, bless you, we all met together last week to just get a shared understanding of multi-grade and what our plan was. That group, we were splitting now, so art, music, and PE, their subcommittee will work together to create resources for art, music, and PE, and then the group that I'm working with is going to develop, the main thing, we actually spent a ton of time just talking about how can we be proactive about what we believe might be challenges so we can get in front of them before they're big challenges. So the teachers in the room did a really nice job just completing, we went through this document and really just tried to think about what do we need to get in front of. So, and then we prioritize that. So that group is actually meeting again tomorrow and then has a couple chunks of time to create. What they really identified was the need for teachers that are teaching multi-grade to be able to use curriculum, standards, and resources effectively across both grade levels. So that's where they're going to focus their attention in terms of developing resources. The next sort of phase of that is that we have a couple dates identified for summer professional learning, and we've set some budget aside. for, sorry, I'm the admin in charge, so, and I have the phone over there, but I don't think that's it. There'll be two opportunities for a group of our multi-grade teachers to come together for 8 hours, where 4 of it will be directed by the work that the subcommittee does, so introducing them to that, getting them into the resources, also everything else that's been compiled, so where can they access those resources? And then they'll have another couple hours just for plan time together. The third part is that the subcommittee is working on developing an asynchronous professional learning opportunity. So there's probably staff who aren't going to be able to come to the days that we have planned this summer. They already have vacations, they have whatever. So it's just a couple hours, but it's something they can get compensated for to hop on and at least know where the resources are and what's available to them. And then the fourth part of the plan is, I'm calling it a community of practice. So it's just all the multi-grade teachers having opportunities to get together throughout the year and also interact virtually. So they wanted a place where they can share resources. If I'm a first, second grade, multi-grade teacher and so is Dr. Johnson, I might have things she can use and she doesn't have to recreate the wheel. So we'll have those 4 parts. The subcommittee then will come back together at the end of the summer to see how that training went and what we need moving forward. So that's sort of a gist. The other thing I think Dr. Lewis just passed out, we worked on a parent brochure, yes, that has some, just some of the basics. It also has a QR code that will take parents to more, more of a deeper dive Q&A to everything that's in the brochure. That's also available on our website. I think Julie got it up there, so parents and students in that section of our website can go to the M where multi-grade is. This brochure is there, and they also have access to the document with additional resources. And I believe you're going to talk about the parent communication piece, but our principal group has informed all of this, but has also worked hard on thinking about some common communication, which is the idea behind the brochure. We also have a common letter when students will be placed in a multi-grade classroom that they can customize for their building, but still there will be some of that continuity of information around what that will look like or what that can look like. So,
Thank you. And as principals have been waiting on HR for staffing, they're making their master schedules and really want to communicate by this week, in terms of intended class configurations for August, and if multi-grade will be an option for their school. And again, that is with extreme flexibility, in terms of based on student enrollment, how that will look in August. There could and may be some changes. Yeah, Kelly.
I just wonder if that last minute change is coming, and I'm a parent with a, and that could feel very, this all is beautiful, but that could feel very anxiety provoking. So when you're looking at that, how late in August will they know? Is it like that week that school starts, or it could be that flexible in terms of the?
Yeah, and I think that's probably a bigger discussion in terms of our FTE and if we will have additional FTE at that time. I also, just from experience in a school that would always tend to grow, that we would have to wait until we had those students in the seats to verify that we needed that extra teacher to receive, that extra teacher. So I think, Dr. Lewis, you may be able to give some
Yeah, and what we can do is
guidance.
make all of this information available as it is on our website, but be more intentional about directing all parents to that site even as of now, so they can begin kind of perusing through the information and seeing the benefits of it. So if they do have to receive that letter that their child may be in have the opportunity to be in a multi-grade class, they have some kind of background knowledge as to what to expect regarding that.
I'm going to reflect back that feels too late for a parent, but I know how well staff will manage it. I know that we have a very talented principal. So I'm thinking through that, and I know that you all will take, but as a board member, I want to just recognize and name
Absolutely.
that feels a little late in the game to let a parent know, particularly if their student, it just isn't a good match for them. For them to be able to make changes, that's awfully late. So
Right.
I'm just naming it. Thank you.
Right, and we agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, we have no control of what kids enroll, and that change would
Correct.
happen due to increased enrollment.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is this document something that families are able to pick up now, or is it going to be towards like, will they find it during like the summer programming? I wasn't sure.
It's on our website now.
It's available on the website, and then all principals have it, and I believe that's part of the communication. They're going to put it in like their the end of the year newsletter, so there'll be another way for parents to access it, but it is already available.
Okay, thank you.
Not to belabor this, but is there potential for a policy that would preclude that, even in terms of planning? Like you could watch those bubbled spots. I mean, I'm also imagining you're a teacher learning in August that you're going to have a multi-grade classroom. That I'm really alarmed by that, we'll tell you in August piece. And so I know that's not something you can resolve tonight, but I do think we have to look at that and examine it closer.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. So as I talked about changes and then impacts of budget reductions, I did just want to highlight from my view in HR and working with principals and working with staff, just some of the impacts that we have seen due to the staff reductions. The first is at the school level, increase in class size. We definitely have had intervention models changed or reduced. We've had reduced elective options for students. We have additional preps for some teachers. We've had delayed master schedule planning in terms of just working with staff and certification and transfers and best fit. In the Human Resources Department, we've had delayed hiring of external candidates to allow placements for internal staff. And we did do an exit survey for our staff members that are leaving, and we do have increased exits due to the fear of the unknown, salary, job satisfaction, workload, leadership, relocation. Those were some of the high-level topics that were repeated throughout the survey. Any other questions? I just wanted to thank as many groups as I came new into this position with the expectation and the timeline of the work that needed to be done and the impact that this has had on our staff, and really want to thank our teachers for being student-centered every single day and the task at hand. I really want to thank LEA for their continued collaboration as we work together on positions, and all the administrators, their leadership, their collaboration, their flexibility, and their problem solving, and then the HR team who's really on the operational side, making sure that everything is done correctly. That's so vital, important in terms of hires, transfers, and exits. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have a
Question?
I do. I have a question about a negotiations question from that team's that side of things. So as these positions are, like for the either the Montessori positions or the multi-grade classrooms, if there are contract implications that come up over the summer, can you just talk about that process? It sounds like you're working. I've seen you work really closely with LEA, and I really appreciate that relationship, actually. So thank you for, making that a priority as you've entered this new position. But can you talk a little bit about what does that look like if you come up against a contract issue that you didn't quite expect, particularly like thinking about these multi-grade classrooms where potentially they could need more plan time or less plan time, et cetera, not less, but yeah. Can you
So
talk about
if
that?
someone wanted to make an exit from their
Not
contract?
about the exit, I'm talking about if the actual positions are outside of the scope of what's in the contract for some reason or another in a way that we haven't anticipated. We've seen that with some other realignments of positions that we've had.
The job descriptions.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that something that you all are monitoring, or what does that process look like?
I mean, I believe, I would believe that the job description is pretty inclusive to that, but I think it's something definitely that as a team we can go back and review and definitely give you an update on that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening to the board. Excited about coming to give you Just a quick update on what has been happening with Montessori. On April 25th, you voted to move forward with Montessori schools, so I want to share with you what has taken place since then. Team Montessori is definitely on the move. We have focused our attention on enrollment and looking at those numbers, and you'll see that information here in just a few minutes. And I appreciate Sunny Halstead. She's sitting back in the back of the room there with the work that her team is doing to not only just identify the students, we're excited about the fact that the numbers have increased. In our area of students coming into New York Elementary, have partnered with the HR department to identify different teachers that are AMS and AMI trained, and I'm happy to report, correct me if I'm wrong, Kristen, Ryan, that there are a plethora of Montessori teachers that have come out saying, I want to be a part of this. If it's not this year, I want to be a part of it next year. If it's not next year, I want to be a part of it later on. So that part is very, very exciting. I'm partnered also with, on our team with Cindy, who you'll hear from later on just a little bit more about Montessori budget. Dr. Engelbrick, as we look at our facilities and showing that our facilities, our flooring is appropriate, is making sure that outside in the play area for 3 and 4-year-olds, that area is also appropriate and as well as fenced off. Working with Paula Murish and all of her work that she's doing with ensuring we have the right pieces of furniture to be able to support the learning in the classroom. Working with Dr. Angela Murray in the area of teacher licensure, and she talks to us really from her perspective of being the director of Montessori, of KU Montessori, but also talking about how KU is very excited about the work and things of moving forward and looking at the teacher licensure. Also, we are moving forward on our training. Our 2 teachers that will be trained next school year at Holiday Montessori. So Dr. Lewis, as well as Principal Kalinda Bass-Barrows, we're leading that work and making sure that we have everything in place to move forward. This is something that's brand new, and we have just received our official notification. There is a team of 5 of us that are leaders that are going to class beginning June 6th on the core principles of Montessori education. So we will be certificate or certified in that area, or we back that up and say that correctly. We will receive a certificate in the core principles of Montessori education. So that is very, very exciting. We will attend virtual courses all the way through the month of June. And then we will go to Dallas at the beginning of July to complete our certification areas. And for those that are joining the team, your textbooks came in today. Our 5 textbooks and our 3 papers that we have to write during the month of June. So we are definitely highly invested. And then our last piece before I go into the numbers is just really working with Dr. Murray and also with Frank Vincent on putting together our Montessori startup. It's more, we have the vote, so we really felt good on the 25th, and then the 26th, it really got real because we had to start moving forward. So that's where we are right now. So I want to take a moment for you to look at the projected enrollment. First of all, for our kindergartner students in the New York boundary, we have a total of 34. Our average number is 2023. So you can see just right there that how our numbers have increased. That was exciting to really see that. And then age 3 and 4, we have a total of 20 students. 8 of the 20 qualify for at risk. Remember, New York Montessori is our highest SES. And then 2 of the 8 are within the New York boundary. Kindergarten transfer request is a total of 8. If I would probably look at Sunny to right now, that number is probably changed because numbers are changing almost daily. So our numbers overall is a total of 62 students that, and families that are interested in coming to New York Montessori. So any questions about those numbers, projected enrollment, or anything that we have done so far? Cindy Frick is going to continue with giving you some more budget information regarding Montessori.
I just had a quick question. I was wondering if there was any more movement for families who have their 3- and 4-year-olds, if there's going to be any additional aftercare services provided. I know the last time we talked, it was a no. So I just wanted to see if that has changed.
So if you want to come forward, she's asking about
I can-
aftercare.
Yeah, I can answer that.
Okay.
I reached
We
out
don't-
to, gosh, his name is escaping me. He's Coffeyville Superintendent. They have a very excellent and well-ran pre-K center there, and I called him because I knew they did some after-school care. I called and asked him, what funding source, what are you doing for after-school care? And he said they use BGC, Boys and Girls Club. So then I got a name. He gave me a name. I called Monica and gave Monica that name. Monica reached out to that BGC director. So Monica, myself, and Esther have a meeting coming up
Excellent.
soon to
One of these
kind of
days.
operationalize this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Any other
Cindy?
questions?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No? Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Johnson. Talked a little bit about funding for the Montessori students and some additional cost. Regarding the funding, the Montessori students would be funded in the same way that our traditional students are. There have been some questions around that. Our base state aid per pupil next year is $4,846. And those 3- and 4-year-olds that qualify for the 3- and 4-year-old at-risk program are funded at 0.5 FTE or $2,423. There are some additional costs since we last spoke, so wanted to give you an update on those. We will need 1 teaching assistant for each classroom in the Montessori program. So we already have 1 teaching assistant that was in place from this year. We would need 1 additional teaching assistant to make that work for next year. There are also some things like replacing the classroom flooring. There is some fence and some turf that will be put into a playground area. For those early childhood kids, they need a separate area than the rest of the older kids, and that would cost about $40,000 from capital outlay. On the next slide, there have been questions around what it would cost to do an additional classroom, so I just wanted to highlight that. The cost of 1 Montessori teacher and a teaching assistant totals with benefits around $97,500 on average. And the classroom supplies, the furniture, and the flooring component is $24,000. Return on investment. We do want to look at, with early childhood, our early intervention, saving money in the long term. Research studies show that a good return on investment with providing high quality early childhood education, as we've heard that before. The National Forum on Early Childhood Policy and Programs says it can yield a $4 to $9 return for every $1 invested. And increased enrollment results in increased revenue from state aid, as we just spoke about. Do we have any other questions on the Montessori program that we can help with?
I have a, go ahead, Erica. Can I go? I have a quick question about it. We had talked about, and I think that Dr. Johnson, you addressed it earlier, but I just want to clarify because it was one of the questions we talked about when we were moving to vote on Montessori. The training of, or the getting our educators certified to instruct. I heard you say that we had a lot of folks reach out who are certified and interested in teaching. So are we viewing that from an HR perspective as an issue for which we won't have a lot of retention and potential, we won't have a lot of recruitment we need to do or internal training? Or does the board still need to make a decision about whether or not we will be funding staff certifications.
So come on, Kristen,
Yeah,
but as
Kristen's
the,
coming. I'll add.
as relates to the staffing, the cost for staffing training, the foundation has agreed to fund up to $40,000 per year for training for our staff. So what that means is if the ones that are going off to training in Kansas City that Dr. Johnson mentioned, that's about $16,000, $17,000. If we receive a Montessori trained teacher, but it's lacking the Kansas certification, that's around maybe $7,000 to get the Kansas certification. There have been a couple of applicants that have applied that have both Montessori trained and the Kansas certification, and so obviously that would be no cost.
Okay.
Anything else you want to add?
No, that's it.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you. Okay, so we have two asks of the board, or direction, is that what I'm understanding? One, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
One needing a teaching assistant for the second Montessori classroom, and then the turf and Benson flooring. And the other ask is, there's a waiting list, like, right?
It will be with just the two classrooms.
With
yes,
just
it
the
will
two
be.
classrooms?
And so that's why we included the cost of an additional classroom that, obviously with the number of 62, we could fill 3 classrooms.
Okay, and so that's the second ask, is the funding associated with the third classroom. So probably the best path forward is to handle those in two separate, as two separate issues, if you will. So when it comes to needing one additional teaching assistant and replacing the flooring, the fence, and the turf in the playground, are there any objections to that or concerns with that?
I'll just say from a facilities committee perspective, if our facilities staff feel comfortable in rearranging priorities in the capital outlay plan, I think that's a pretty common practice for us to undertake as new needs arise. And so I can't think of anything that would, that is so urgent on that list that we couldn't move some things around to make room for some additional costs this current year. I'm sorry, with my mask on, I know it's harder to hear me. I was just saying, I can't think of anything that's on the current capital outlay plan that would be harmed necessarily in terms of if we made some minor adjustments for this year. So I just wanted to share that. That's, my personal opinion about where we're at in the facilities committee as far as that particular piece of it goes.
What I was going to say, I was going to go on that particular note when it comes to the capital outlay request. When it comes to the other 2 requests, I'm just like, okay, how does that fall in our overall budget when it comes to staffing and the cost there? But when it comes to the capital outlay side of things, I agree with Shannon on that.
Any other discussion on the teaching assistant for the second classroom?
I guess my question would be, is that, we have not had these types of asks come to the board for a single teaching assistant. So I'm trying to understand is that a ratio? Is it a requirement, or is it above and beyond? It's not something I've typically seen asked of the board, and I can't find the motion related to it.
Yes, we don't have teaching assistants in our general classroom. Teaching
Okay.
assistants is a part of the Montessori model. And so we have one, we just need one for that other classroom.
Okay, but we will ongoing need to have teaching assistants in every Montessori classroom?
Right. Mhm.
Okay.
And the, Cindy, correct me if I'm wrong, but the 24-23, the state aid that we get from the 3- and 4-year-olds, we anticipate that will cover a large portion of the teaching assistant costs.
That's correct. That's correct.
So it's really, I mean, because as Kelly pointed out, there's not a motion, so we haven't been kind of asked to take official board action. So is it more along the lines of, are you wanting to just gauge our
Yes.
comfort with moving forward? I think what I would reflect is that I'm comfortable moving forward with exploring both of those things if administration is comfortable that we can do it in a way that we're reallocating resources rather than chipping away at our rather small amount of money we've been able to allocate for salaries through the budget cut process. So I maybe would want to understand a little bit more how we think, where we think the money for the FTE would come from. In kind of like the big picture, I'm supportive of making sure that if we're doing this program, that we're doing it well and that we're doing it in a way that it's going to be successful and grow, because that's the idea of making this transition and offering this program in our district, is to provide something that provides new learning opportunities for our students and families, and that we can grow over time. I don't want us to be making decisions that hamstring the program before it ever gets started, but I'm also very sensitive to the delicate balance that we've struck financially this year.
And I definitely would agree with that, Shannon, with that perspective, because one of the things that I think about was that discussion around, we know that our 3 and 4-year-olds, where the ones that are at risk, where some of that funding is coming from, but we might have a group of students and where, is there any costs associated that's going to be to the family or anything like that that may help kind of offset some of the dollars that we may need to fund the program. So I personally would want just some more clarification on that.
Sure. And when we decided to bring back these things, just so you guys know, we didn't know about them at the time of our last presentation. So we just wanted to make sure that you were aware of all of the cost involved. Regarding the 3 and 4-year-olds, and so our 3 and 4-year-old grant was written just prior to the approval of the Montessori program. And so it was, a request was submitted to increase the number of slots that we have. And our preliminary numbers are 12 to 15, but it sounds like the state would be willing to fund as many. They're excited about this program and they would like to be on board and fund as many 3 and 4-year-old qualified 3 and 4-year-old slots as we can come up with. So that funding is the $24.23 per student. In terms of the training and the folks that we're sending to training next year, unfortunately, that is general fund. And really, since we made so many reductions, these are long-term reductions that go over multiple fiscal years. And so this training is a 1-year cost to send the 2 teachers to training and fund a replacement in their classroom while they're gone for the year. And unfortunately, we have not been able to keep our classified staffing at a fulfilled rate. So unfortunately, we have positions that are open at this time. That would be a short-term money that's available to use in some way. It is not available in the long term. We hope to fill all the positions, and we have to budget accordingly for that, like we have been. But that could help us in the short term.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
Uh-huh.
Any other questions or concerns with these 2 funding requests? If not, am I hearing that the general direction of the board is to go ahead and fund the teaching assistant and the flooring as presented? Okay.
Comfortable with that.
So for the next one is the third classroom. Any concerns or discussion on adding an additional classroom?
Is it $97,000? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, Shannon.
I was just going to ask Cindy whether the unspent funds that you were just discussing would also be applied to cover the expense of a third classroom if we decided to go that direction? Or is it-
The third classroom would hopefully be an ongoing situation, and so I would not put that in the same category. That would be, the long-term thought would be that we're bringing kids back into the district that either weren't already attending or from out of the district, and we would be bringing in new revenue, but there's no way to prove that at this point.
So the risk in doing that is that the 97,000 that we're seeing in front of us would come out of the general fund for this next year coming up, correct?
It would, yes.
Okay, so that would impact what we can do for wages, correct?
Not, I would consider it more of another thing that we have to make reductions around. Because if you haven't put a third classroom in, you're probably not going to take it out if there's continued interest in the program. So I would say we would only, classroom-wise, we would only want to fund what we're comfortable continuing in the future. And then we would have to make budget changes around that.
But for this year, the available dollars that we have, that 97,000 would come out of what is left over. We've been talking about, we've been talking about applying to wages, correct?
Right, I'm sorry. It would not come out of that. It would, for the short term, have to come out of that, those unfilled positions and the money we have available. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. For the short term, it would. For the long term, it would need to be allocated somewhere in the budget.
And so Cindy, looking at projections, we're thinking we could fill that third classroom year over year, just looking at projections?
At this point, it looks like, and Dr. Lewis and Cynthia could speak better to this, but people are really excited about the program. And it looks like a new opportunity for people to join the district and kind of really want to take part in what we're doing here. So my anticipation would be that that's resulting in more students and higher funding from the state anyway, but it's just that at this point, I can't guarantee that.
But the students aren't coming from outside of Lawrence. They reside in Lawrence and would eventually be our students at some point in some district. We're not saying that we're projecting that we have increased enrollment from students outside of Lawrence, and we don't know for sure whether we've attracted students that would otherwise not be interested in public education, correct?
Dr. Lewis, would you like to speak to that?
Say that again, Kelly?
So, because if you're presenting to the board that the projection is that we would have increased interest in this third classroom, I accept that. If the projection is that we have increased the number of students enrolled in the district, or that we are attracting people from the current district that would otherwise go into public education, would not otherwise go into public education, I'm not sure how you can demonstrate that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, these are students we would have to pay for at some point anyway, correct? To educate. I maybe misunderstood what was being shared with us.
Are you talking about the 34 kindergartners?
The third classroom? What I thought I heard was this would increase enrollment, or that we would have not an ongoing, that this,
I thought that's what I
Yeah,
had
it definitely
understood.
would increase enrollment, because if you recall, Sunny's current kindergarten enrollment alone is 23
For the entire kindergarten.
for the entire kindergarten.
But not in the district as a whole, just at New York Elementary.
Right, at New York, yes, that's correct.
So they're not like new students to the district, is that what? Is
Yeah,
that what your
all-
question is?
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard the suggestion, and I don't think that's the case, so
Yeah.
thank you for the clarity.
Yeah, technically, all kindergartners and all 3 and 4-year-olds are new to the district.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so right now, there's a projected enrollment of 62. So if by adding that third classroom, you essentially are making an opening for 8 additional students, because I remember originally the ratio was up to 20 students in these classrooms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
My understanding? Okay. And by not doing this, then that's essentially 12 students who are interested that we would not potentially be accepting into the first year of operations.
No, that's about 42. I mean, 22, I'm sorry, 22.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any strong objections to? Yes.
Can you say, are those students that are waiting, are they, can you tell us about those students? Are they students that we would classify as at risk?
It's 8 of them,
8 of them
3 or
are-
4-year-olds are at risk.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there any board members that have any strong objections to the additional classroom? Adding the additional classroom? And Paula, I want to make sure we're including you in this conversation and discussion. Do you have any comments, Paula?
No, I don't have any comments, and I have no strong objections against this.
Okay, thank you.
This is Carol. I don't have any strong objections, but, I'm just, this will be something that we will have to revisit every year going forward as we expand. Because when we talked about this the first time, I understood that this is something that would be a K through 5 school. The whole school that's planned to be a whole Montessori school. Is that correct?
It will be Children's House, lower elementary, and then upper elementary.
Okay, but at some point, the whole school is going to be Montessori? And so this will
New
be
York
something
Montessori.
every year? Okay. Thank you.
I'm concerned about wages.
Yeah.
Who would not be supportive of adding a third classroom for this upcoming school year?
I think I'm in the camp of, I'm both sides of the fence here. I share Kelly's concern about the impact on wages, but I do understand what Cindy is saying about how we could probably float this for 1 year without it impacting that discussion. And the risk associated with that decision causes me some pause. But on the other hand, I also see that if we're committed to making this program work, this is probably a risk we should very seriously consider taking to try to establish this on good footing and really make it grow. I just want to name those concerns that are bouncing around inside my head, because I think this is a tough one. I support adding the third classroom. I'm going to share that my support is tempered with the belief that we are going to have a revisiting of the conversation during our budget planning next year to make sure that we've made the right decision in this regard. And that
Agreed.
we're, adequately balancing those priorities around wages with
Right,
the needs of the program.
agreed.
I appreciate this conversation, I really do. It really is helping us, but Ann, in talking to some staff and the principal at New York, typically, some families wait until the summer, sometimes in August to enroll, so these numbers very well could go up. I was talking to one teacher at New York who believes that we probably could fund a 4th classroom. I said, hold on, I don't know if we can can do all that. But in terms of the interest, about half of the ones that are interested now, if they're on a waiting list, we'll probably lose them to private schools.
So I'm also like Shannon on this. I kind of find myself really in the middle. My concern is how will this impact our current discussions when it comes to staff wages. But I really do think that it is a risk that we should be exploring. I just don't know right now what the implications would be. If it ended up being a vote, I don't know how I would go, but so I'm just kind of right there right now.
And to clarify, we're not officially voting.
Right.
We're just getting direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also want to add, because another factor for me in thinking about this is that we've had to make a lot of hard decisions about things that we're asking our district to stop doing. And I'm sure that there are some people going, well, you stopped doing all these other things, and now you're talking about adding this thing back in. And I want to acknowledge that, but also point out that in my way of thinking about this particular program, we are actually aligning our offerings with our strategic plan and with all of the research around early childhood education in terms of providing expanded opportunities for early learning, which is, everybody says they want to do better in that area, but it's really hard to do better in that area. And this provides an opportunity for us to essentially put our funds where we say those priorities ought to be. So I think that there's a lot of competing values at play in discussions around this program, and I just wanted to share that those are some of the things I've been thinking about in regard to this particular conversation.
So I think we're doing all those things, Shannon, because we're starting the program and we're offering it in the district in a committed way, and that we are piloting it in the state in a public setting. So I actually think that we have invested our money and prioritized it. So I do think in a subsequent year, after we have seen how the program runs and if we see the interest increase, I don't know that we would be, it's challenging to say no to this year, but we've had to say no to many things. And right now, I would say let's get it started with what we've planned and consider increasing it in a subsequent year.
I agree with you 100%. I think maybe I didn't articulate what I was trying to communicate very clearly. I was just trying to communicate that I think this is a really good thing. It wasn't meant to be a criticism. It was just meant to be an acknowledgement that there are a lot of competing values that we've had to try to balance around this decision. I think that going forward with this is the right decision, but it's not without acknowledging that it's been hard. Thank you, Kelly.
Agreed. I would also be supportive of a third classroom, also acknowledging there's a balance here. If we're going to risk, this will be a good risk to take in my mind. So any other board members feel you have a comment, Kelly?
I'm not sure how the district gets direction if we don't vote. So I understand we're trying to do some consensus building around here.
There wasn't a vote associated. If you want us to vote, we can vote on it. I'm just following what the direction was.
If the ask is $97,000 or $40,000 for the, I'm assuming we're going to see on consent the capital outlay in a different meeting, correct? I mean,
That would typically, purchases out of capital outlay, if they're over $20,000, are going to come back to the board for approval. So the plan, we approve the plan in like December, January, February each year, but then each individual expenditure on that plan that exceeds $20,000 has to come back for final board approval. So that piece of it, we wouldn't want to vote on that until that point in time. And if we're not being asked to change the budget cut allocation,
Okay.
I'll defer to Dr. Lewis, but I'm not sure that I think that we have to vote because the staff can reallocate funds that they have already
Okay.
in place towards this. Does that make sense?
That's a helpful clarification. Thank you.
Can you reword that one more time for me, Shannon? Because I was like, yeah, but then I was like, what? So could you?
Which part, the capital outlay or the other part?
The other part, the last part.
If we're talking about unspent balances that could be allocated towards salary in this way, and it's not going into that amount of money that we've said we're cutting and that we've allocated for a salary. I mean, I think I can see what you're saying, Kelly, about direction, because there's also, and this is maybe, Dr. Lewis, something to think about, there's also the board direction that we gave around unspent balances.
Goes to
Going
cash
to
reserve.
our reserves, yeah.
You thinking of that as an option? Is that what you're?
Well, no, I'm honestly, I'm thinking out loud, which is probably not a good thing to be doing. In terms of Kelly's concern about does this need to be something that requires the board to approve it?
Okay.
I think it maybe is a gray area.
Typically in a normal year, whenever we have enrollment that goes well above the thresholds, we normally just add FTEs, and that certainly doesn't require a vote. But with this being a new
Right.
program, we just wanted to get some direction from the board.
Right, okay. Yeah, that makes sense, because you would be adding those positions out of funds that are already been allocated for that purpose, which is kind of what you're talking about doing here.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
So can you, it sounds like you caught, and I think I caught, I think I understood it from what I think I heard you say, Dr. Lewis, is that normally if we go over a threshold, we're looking at adding an FTE. Because this is a new program, essentially we're seeing the same thing. We're going over a projected enrollment threshold and where we would naturally look at adding an FTE. But because this is new, we're just bringing it to this table for a discussion.
Right, and that was just basic discussion and direction. And we definitely can come back next month with this piece. However, I will say we are, if there is an addition of a third classroom, ordering that furniture, the timeline on that is very critical.
So can you speak more to the timeline? So it could come back next?
Is Paula leave already? Yeah, she's not here. Yeah, the furniture that we're ordering now will get here right as school is starting. Did I answer the question?
Yeah.
Kelly, did you have any additional thoughts? I'm kind of curious if you're, no? Okay.
It's very challenging. Especially without a vote, it's kind of hard to gauge. I mean, we've heard yes, no, kinda, and that's not clear. So,
as I said, the discussions have been helpful for us, and we have no intentions of tapping into staff salary pool, but if there's another source, Cindy, we can tap into that.
Can you say that again?
So if there's another source, I'm not sure if Title IIA applies to this because that budget is already small, but if there's another source, that would be my preference in terms of tapping into staff salary pool.
But would that additional potential source maybe some sort of tuition base for, or is that completely separate?
No,
Not
so
even a thing?
yeah, that's separate.
Okay.
The tuition
Okay.
would be for those families that do not, 3- and 4-year-old families that do not qualify for at-risk.
Okay, okay.
So can you clarify, because I think I heard something different. Are you saying that you can protect the salary pool that we likely have available or that has been discussed with the board through negotiations that we'll discuss further at executive sessions, that you can create this third classroom without impacting that particular pool.
And that's direction, what you just gave, that's the direction that we would need.
Okay, so you need to know whether we would be comfortable with you using the dollars from another funding source that hasn't been identified to the board.
Yep, the board has given us guardrails that if you don't touch the salary pool, then we're good. I'm not saying that the board is saying that, but that's the direction we need.
So if we don't touch the salary pool, then where would it come from?
Cindy,
What else would be affected?
Okay, so this is where it gets interesting. Remember the unstaffed positions that we don't have filled, right? So we could use that until we have time to put the budget in place for the following year. That's about the only guidance I can give you, because all of our other funding sources are, tied up with other things.
And then, this is Kate, Cindy, then my question is because some of those unfilled positions are for classrooms, current classrooms that potentially need that teacher or staff member, is that correct?
A lot of them are for classified positions, which we also need. Custodians, paras, food service is a different fund, but again, we're down a huge amount in the cook's job, in the cook jobs. So that would be a temporary way to fund it for next year, but it would have to become part of the regular budget for the following year.
So in other words, we could bridge it to do this next school year, but when you build the budget for us to approve for the 2023, 2024 school year, it might require budget cuts in other areas to make this work, depending on how things have gone.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that. So if there is consensus among the majority of the board members, so at least 4 of us, the district could move forward with a third classroom, right? That's the goal,
with those guidelines.
with those guidelines. Okay, as long as the guidelines meaning not touching the salary pool
If that's the, yeah.
effectively. Okay, so are there at least 4 board members that agree that the district should move forward with a third classroom? I could add on without touching the salary pool to that as well, but just agree in general.
I think that I am supportive of that, with the understanding that it is going to impact our budget discussions for the following school year, and it also means that instead of that money going into contingency reserve, we would be spending it on this priority. Because that's really, I think, I'm coming to really, I think, wrap my head around the trade-off that this presents, and it really is that issue of unspent balances at the end of this fiscal year. The board has said those are going to go into reserve funds, contingency reserve being first. If we say we're going to do this, it would mean that there's that much less, $97,500 less potentially that could be put into that contingency reserve out of the unspent balances.
And I'm also supportive of moving forward with the third classroom.
With the guardrail, if it needs to come out of that money instead of the salary pool.
Yeah.
So I could support, because of the number of the number of children identified as potentially at risk. And if it's not coming out of the, it's not impacting what we can do with the wages this year, I would be comfortable. Thank you.
This is Kay. I also agree with those parameters.
Okay, so the majority of the board.
Yeah, this is Carol. I agree with that, but I agree with trepidation, but I agree.
Okay. Have any comments, Paula?
thanks, Erica. I had no objections up front to this, but I appreciate it.
Okay.
So good luck.
All right.
Thank
thanks.
you.
Andrew, do you have any?
I just have one question to be able to agree. 8 of the 20, 3 and 4 projected enrollment would be at risk. That's exciting. The other 12, you mentioned the tuition. What is that number? And would that number go to covering, especially if that number could grow, would that number of tuition for 3 and 4 that aren't at risk also go to covering those extra costs?
Yeah, so that tuition would be 48, 46 would be our base aid is what we would charge.
So with excitement, with more numbers, that could go up and cover those costs. I'd have the same guardrails as other people would be saying with that new understanding.
Thank you.
Okay.
So do you have,
Yeah, that helps
You
me.
need-
Cindy, are you okay?
Yes, I'm good with that.
okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, board, for that discussion and dialogue. Next on the agenda is the Kisa Outside Visitation Team Report. Patrick Kelly.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to talk about the Kansas Education System Accreditation, or what we often call Kisa, Outside Visitation Team Report. I'm Patrick Kelly. I'm the Chief Academic Officer. A little review of Kisa. Kisa is our continuous improvement process. The goal is that Kansas leads the world in the success of each student. That's the Kansas State Board goal. We use State Board outcomes, and there I've offered a little bit of a graphic there for you. You've probably seen that before. Like I said, it's our continuous improvement process that focuses on evidence-based strategies and has third-party accountability, and we're really going to talk about that third-party accountability tonight. There are 5 phases of the Kisa improvement process. We are currently in year 4. We've done the work of determining our goals through collection of data and began implementation. We've had 2 years now to gather data and review artifacts and evidence. We continue to put in place strategies, or we modify or discontinue those strategies and access those feedback loops. This is our outside visitation team. These are professional educators from across Kansas who are tasked with mentoring, coaching, and supporting us in our district's improvement process. We provide a system yearly update that you have received already, and then we have an on-site visit with our OVT team no later than May 31st. Next year it will be before March 31st because that's our accreditation year. Their expectations are summarized in an annual summary and is presented to the Accreditation Review Council. The State Board of Education actually does the accrediting, but the recommendation comes from the ARC. We had our OVT visit on April 19th. You received in your board enclosure a copy of the agenda for that day, and some of you were able to participate, and thank you for that. We started at the Lawrence College and Career Center. We were at Cordley Elementary, Southwest, and Lawrence High. We were really privileged to have over 50 students, educators. We had parents and community members who met with the OVT team to talk about our data and our progress on our school improvement goals. What I'm going to do, the OVT team has presented their report, and that is in your board enclosure. I'm not going to read these slides to you, but just give you a little bit of time in case you haven't read the report to see some of the highlights that were in there and the next steps that are listed. Relationships, each district has to identify 2 goal areas. Relationships has been one of our goal areas, and you can see how the OVT team reacted to that and some suggestions. Another area for us is relevance. The quote here is evidence includes an approved curriculum review process, our review timeline, which you have approved. We have a district-wide framework that includes a tiered system of support. It also looks at the state board goals. The first one there is about social and emotional learning, which is locally measured. You've had a great discussion today about kindergarten readiness and early childhood, and so you can see that there. We've really worked hard as a district on IPS, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more in the next report on student-centered learning. But it was great to hear from the OVT team some recognition of the amount of work we're doing in that area. Also, we're asked to define what we see as a successful high school graduate and the work we're doing towards that goal. The OVT team presents some next steps and some suggestions. There was a lot of suggestions around creating charts and graphs of the data that we have available for our accreditation visit. And then also, are there ways that we could put more quantitative data in some of the areas where we have a lot of qualitative data? We have a lot of qualitative data in areas like IPS, but it'd be nice to get some quantitative data. And we're actually going to show you some of that quantitative data in the next report. So we're well on our way there. Finally, our strengths and concerns. I left my paper back there. I really want to highlight the incredible work our leaders at all levels and the OVT team recognize: district administration, school principals, educators, and students. They were very impressed by the high caliber of personnel, alignment of the strategic plan, and progress that has been made. There's also some comments in there for us maybe to be a little cautious about how many initiatives we have in place. We have a lot of goals. Each building is asked to do 3 to 5 goals, and as we've addressed some budget concerns and trying to address that, do we have the capacity to keep moving forward on all of those initiatives? So that's, again, in the report. I think it really speaks highly to the work that's being done, just how much capacity we have to continue to do that. So a lot of great news in here. We're making a lot of great progress, and we are extremely fortunate to have Dr. Jill Lackenmar, who is our OVT chair. She's the Assistant Superintendent of Academic Affairs in Andover Public Schools. She's joining us online tonight virtually. I thought she might just share a few of her thoughts from the OVT team, and then if you have any questions for me or Jill, I'm sure we'd be happy to answer them. Jill, are you available?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great. Yeah, thank you.
Fabulous. Well, thank you so much. First, I want to say it was an absolute pleasure to visit the Lawrence School District. You have incredible things happening there. The day, the OVT visit day was incredibly well organized. We were able to talk with a wide variety of stakeholders, as Patrick had mentioned. And it was really fun to be able to see the progress of where you had started when we had our last visit and where you are today. Just incredible work. It's tremendous. One of the things I wanted to start with is we actually started the day off at the College and Career Center, and you helped us understand the vision and the strategic plan. And one of the things that we noticed immediately is there was an intentional alignment between 3 different things. All of the initiatives that you have going on in your school district, the strategic plan for your district, and building goals. And it is very evident that it was thoughtfully done. The document itself was professional, it was colorful, it was easy to understand. It had this nice mix between big picture and all the details. It was user-friendly. It provided focus with an appropriate amount of autonomy for schools, and that's really nice because you do need to have district alignment, but you also need to have some autonomy for schools to have choice to be able to meet their students' needs. And I must say, as we were looking at all of the initiatives and the work happening in your school district, the amount of work to complete this alignment process must have been tremendous. One of the things that I had mentioned to Dr. Lewis during the visit is, in fact, the caliber of your staff. It's incredible. You have an amazing team. They are incredibly bright professionals. They have a strong work ethic. They believe in doing high quality work. And they have this amazing ability to take really a complex system in which you have and make it easy to understand and manageable for schools. So very, very well done. It's my personal belief that your alignment work that you've done in your district is serving as that strong foundation for success. And it was so fun to hear all of your conversations tonight about the early learning opportunities that you're doing in your district. And it made me think of one of the things that I noticed is that you are a district who is intentional about creating multiple paths for students to be successful. And it is obvious that you value having those wide variety of programs that meet diverse students' needs. It's just incredible. As Patrick mentioned, on page 7 of the OVT report, there are strengths listed, and there are many wonderful things happening in your district. I'll just note a couple of them. The vision for the future, the strategic plan, your system alignment, the processes that you have in place, the high caliber of leadership that you have at all levels, especially your administrative team. It's incredible. And probably the last one that I'll mention is just this strong commitment to success that you have throughout your entire district. In terms of next step, one of our roles as an OVT team is really to help prepare you for success and for accreditation. And so on page 8 of the OVT report, you're going to notice there are 6 suggestions for your district, and they're all very doable. You are in great shape. You have everything you need in order to have accreditation. So next year, it will be all about bringing it all together and making it very transparent and easy to see in terms of the report that will go to the ARC. And in closing, I would just like to say that the transformation that your district has accomplished over the last few years is nothing short than impressive. You have an incredible school district, wonderful leaders at all levels, and it was a pleasure to meet all of you this evening and talk a little bit about your district. So thank you.
Thank you, Jill. I do want to take a moment, my error, and to thank our teaching and learning team who worked quite hard to put the day together. We also want to thank all the principals and staff members who joined us on that day. As Jill mentioned, it takes a lot of work to put together your OVT visit and your system report. So those people who I work with every day, just a ton of gratitude for their efforts on this. With that, I'll open it up for any questions for Jill or I.
We also had 2 board members I want to thank as well for participating in the OVT.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So again, thank you for your work. I commented on this in my previous board president report. It was amazing to be a part of that process and to see all the great work our district's doing, to hear from educators at every level of our district working toward the same goals. I definitely saw that alignment at one time instead of seeing it in different board reports. So that was fascinating and very encouraging, the work that you all are doing. Any comments or feedback for Jill or Patrick?
Dr. Lockenmeyer, this is Shannon Kimball. I just wanted to thank you for your kind words about our district. I think sometimes when you do this work and you're in the thick of it, you it's easy to lose sight of all of the positive things going on around you. And I appreciate having the outside visitation team come in and taking that look and reminding us and reminding our community that we have a lot to be thankful for in USD 497. So I really appreciate that. Also wanted to express my support for your district. I know you all have had a very large crisis with the tornado, and I wish you the best in recovery from that event in your community. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We appreciate that. And you're right, there is much to celebrate in your district.
Any other feedback or comments? No? All right. Thank you both so much. Appreciate it. Okay, next on the agenda is the strategic plan update, student-centered learning. And Patrick Helly and his team.
So we try to provide you fairly regularly updates on the 5 strategic plan domains. We have visited with you before about student-centered learning, but this will be the second update of the year. I'm fortunate to be joined by Leah Wisdom, our Director of Instruction and Professional Development. She is primarily the champion for this area. Each of our areas has a champion. And Dr. Cynthia Johnson, our Executive Director of Inclusion, Engagement, and Belonging. We're going to go over we're actually going to do it. We're going to go over what the work that's been doing in this area, and also the work we're doing to decrease barriers to college and career readiness. So Leah will kick us off and give you a bit of an agenda and some essential questions.
Thank you. Good evening again. In the spirit of student-centered learning, which is really all about meeting all of our students where they're at and keeping them engaged, at this point in a classroom, it would be time to get up and move around and, so I don't know, stretch, do what you need to do. And we will try and keep you engaged for this because this is a lot of great work that we're going to try and articulate for you in a short amount of time. So student-centered learning is our second strategic initiative. The 2 main pieces, again, meeting students' unique academic, social, emotional, behavioral needs, as well as decreasing all those barriers that prevent our students or could prevent our students from leaving our system, not college and career ready, college and or career ready. So our essential question is, how is the implementation of this strategic initiative to student-centered learning supporting USD 497's student success goals? And again, these are the things that we're going to go through. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about just a needs assessment rubric, most specifically about this part of it, student-centered learning, how this all connects to our tiered system of supports, some professional learning, and then we'll get into EOS, Equal Opportunity Schools, Jayhawk Blueprint, and IPS. So this is that strategic initiative needs assessment rubric. For those of you who did come to the OVT visit, we talked a little bit about it there. But this is for student-centered learning. And what this does is help break down this strategic initiative in a really palatable way for our buildings. So it's a way for our buildings to be able to assess, just like we just did with the Kisa OVT visit as a district. We wanted a way to take that same information and allow our buildings to assess where they were at, or where they are at, rather. So as you look at this, you'll see some of the huge foci for student-centered learning is high-impact instructional practices. My glasses only work for close-up there. Having a schedule set up so that we are able to actually meet the needs of students during the school day, using data to inform instruction. So we're going to talk about some of these pieces, differentiation. And at the top, if you look, these are just ways, emerging, implementing, transitioning, and modeling. These are ways for our buildings to assess where they're at. Again, very similar to the process that we use as we are evaluating ourselves for where we're at in terms of Kisa and those pieces. But this is aligned to our strategic initiative, so it makes it pretty useful for us. There we go. So one of the big pieces of Strategic Initiative 2 is our multi-tiered system of support. It's just what is that frame to ensure that we're looking at the multifaceted needs of all of our students, that we're thinking about them not just in isolation, like how are their academics, or just their social skills, or just their behavior, but looking at all of that together and looking at all that data together so that we can give all of our students in that green area, right, the best possible chance to access our instruction at Tier 1, but then have a plan in place for when students need extra support. So student-centered learning, really, all of that threads into this. It's not just instruction, but really increasing and strengthening our Tier 1 instruction in all those areas. So as we think about implementing Strategic Initiative 2, and it bleeds over into all the other initiatives as well, we need a lot of information to make good decisions, especially at the district level. So one of those things is a PD needs assessment. So what is it that our staff need to do these things, right? So we sent something out as a comprehensive professional development needs assessment. It went out to all building administrative, certified, and classified staff, and gave them a chance to think about what they need in terms of building their knowledge or building their skills or action, building their belief systems, and all the things that show up in Strategic Initiative 2. And then one of the purposes of this is to help inform our action planning, but also buildings to think about how to support teachers in their building. So just a quick look at some of the data that came out of that. So our staff responded to what type of professional learning is most useful for them. This just layered on top of each other, but like, do they want job embedded? Do they like collaborative, interactive? So that gives us a sense of how individuals want to receive professional learning. And then the one below that, what are the areas that our staff feel they need the most professional learning in? And you can see I bolded rather those ones that came up. Something that's interesting is I started looking at the data the first day this went out, and I bolded those 5 because that was hit at the top, and it never changed, even when we got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of more people. So I thought that was just really interesting. Our teachers really want time to collaborate with their content areas, and they want to do it vertically. They talk about differentiated instruction, as well as like supporting special student populations like ELL, special education students, and at-risk students. I feel like those two kind of go together. Social and emotional, which is great because we're well poised to start doing more with that, and then technology. So good information. And this, obviously, we're not going to read through it all, but this was a way for us to get down to that knowledge, skills, and beliefs. So for staff to identify how much they agree or disagree with various things that also align to our strategic initiatives. So you can it's a snapshot of the data. That this is one piece of really important information that we will use for system-wide to think about how to support staff in implementing Strategic Initiative 2, and then give this data to our buildings as well as some of our departments. And we've already in special education, they have another needs assessment. We're going to put that data together so that they can make good decisions. So it's just one piece. Another piece of information that we use to help us assess and make decisions about how to move forward with Strategic Initiative 2 is Digicoach, which you've heard a lot about. This is our walkthrough tool. If you have forgotten, these are quick instructional snapshots, right? You're in and out, they're non-evaluative. You never look at them for just one teacher. You're looking at it across your building to start to see what are things that we need instructionally, where do we see strengths and where do we see potential challenges. And then there's built-in feedback into that tool. So a quick look at that data. Our building leaders just looked at their building data, or that we looked at the district data and then they looked at their building data like this. So in this particular report, that first column where you see my circle, that shows you in that example that 68% of the time that people are out doing these quick instructional snapshots, they're looking for room environment. And when they are, they're seeing it 94% of the time, right? So you can kind of move through that. If in this example, if depths of knowledge under lesson design, that fourth one down, is a really important one to us. That's interesting data because we're only looking for it 36% of the time. Does that make sense? So it's really good as we get into the data in terms of what's happening instructionally, how are students engaged, what kinds of strategies are our teachers using. And there's a lot to celebrate, but it's also a good tool for what's next, right? We're doing great and... Oh. All right. So all of that brings us to, how do our buildings plan? And as it relates to student-centered learning, although we'll do this with our other strategic initiatives, is just to look at, like we do with kids, what do we want to be happening at the end of the year, right? As it relates to I'm going to just use strategic initiative 2, and then we'll support our buildings in building that backwards. So, oh, sorry, that is correct. So just so you can see how this works. Sorry, this was not, no, that. There we go. In that rubric, you might look over here and see what is it that looks like, that particular area of student-centered learning. And then when I pull that over here, how does that translate to kids? Well, students, in this example, understand, articulate, and model the expectations that are outlined in their school matrix, right? Those are those positive outcomes that kids help develop. So if students, if that is our expectation of students by the end of the year, what does that mean for our instructional staff? And then what does that mean for our building leaders? So in order for, I'm going backwards. In order for instructional staff to be able to support students in that way, they need to make sure they're teaching, the kids about those expectations and getting in front of them. And our building leaders want to be providing continuous professional learning and avenues for students and teachers to access that. So this is just a tool based on all that data I kind of talked about that we'll use to continue to support our buildings in implementing this strategic initiative as well as others. And before I close out, AVID, advancement via individual determination, I've done many reports, we could have another 45 minutes on this, but it is a very important part of strategic initiative 2, as well as others. It is a place where we can help in our AVID elective class, help students access more rigorous content and or give them more skills to be college ready, because in that elective, those are students who are wanting to go to college. But I wanted to just highlight a couple things on AVID. As you know, we are implementing it elementary at our 4 elementary schools. That's going super well. If we had another 45 minutes, I would show you all the videos that we have of these kids and their organizational strategies and all the great things that they're doing. I encourage you to go see it. But the other thing that we've done this year is really looked at the enrollment trends, especially at high school in that AVID elective, and tried to just be sure that we're making the best use of our staff. So in some cases, like AVID enrollment will decline as kids get into junior and senior year, maybe because it's difficult, and I know I have principals in the room who could probably speak to it, but it's difficult to maybe take the elective courses that I want, but also still be able to enroll in the junior AVID class because it's only at a certain time. So we're really fortunate to have 4 middle schools and 2 high schools who are highly committed to AVID and the AVID elective. So looking at those enrollment trends, you may see fewer classes, but still serving the number of kids, right? We had classes with smaller class size. I know they've been working really hard at that at both high schools. And then we're just going to really hone in on professional learning and all these instructional practices that we've been talking about. Our partnership with AVID gives us access to some pretty incredible stuff. And it can be expensive to access that other places. You heard that from some of our subcommittees during the budget reduction time. So we are really thinking hard about what can we do in district to offer those types of professional learning experiences so that the strategies can be used not only in the AVID elective, but school-wide. So I'm going to pause before Dr. Johnson comes up and just see if there's any questions about that part of those parts of the strategic initiative too.
Any questions or comments for Leah?
This is Kay. So I just had, I really appreciate the presentation and just being able to watch you the other day. I was just like, you're amazing. So when we are looking at this, one of the questions I was like, okay, so what do we need? And so is what is on page 6, the social emotional learning and the stuff that's on the bottom, is that what is needed after, is the one right after that one. Go back. Yeah. You were just
I
there.
don't know which one's 6, I can't tell.
Yeah.
Here?
Yep, there it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was like, so is that what is needed, like, at the bottom of it? Or, so I was just trying to kind of put it all together.
I hope I'm going to answer your question. If it's bolded, like in that case, we had about 10% of the individuals who completed the survey said, I want more professional learning and more support on social and emotional learning in my classroom. So yes, that means, what this tells us by bolding these 5 areas, it tells us those are things that our staff are saying they want and need. The next step is to dig a little deeper, because we can see, is that a lot of our certified staff? Is that our classified staff? Is that more some of our support staff versus classroom teachers? So we're going to dig deeper as a team and give that information then back to departments and principals, and then also use it ourselves to inform like district professional development.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, this actually might be a question for Patrick, so feel free to punt if it is. So in my board commentary, I referenced the new budget requirements. And in one of the, in the explainer from legislative research, they talk about how the board is going to be required to use our district needs assessment, demonstrate how the board evaluated that assessment and how we use that assessment to build the budget, and how that assessment informs our budget decisions so that our students score above a level 2 proficiency on state assessments. My question is this the strategic initiative needs assessment rubric, is this what we are using as our building needs assessment tool?
Yeah, we'll actually combine a number of them, right? So we have lots of different ones. We have the PD needs assessment that we just saw, that's a survey form.
Mm-hmm.
Each building will fill out that rubric, and it provides a score. They actually score on that. Lee has done really great work on putting that together and sort of the work behind the scenes so that we can give you a compilation score from our district of each one of those domains, each initiative within that domain, and a score for that can help inform you as you think about budget. And we'll make that recommendation to you based on the needs assessment. This is where we think we need to make sure our focus is.
Okay.
We're very fortunate, unlike many districts. We had a whole strategic planning process that was our needs assessment. So we feel real confident in those strategic plan goals, but it's looking at effective employees and all the work that we need to do there. It's database decision making. All those things will help you and give you tools to make decisions when it comes to budget based on what we're seeing.
And what I'm seeing in this explainer is that the board is going to have to very explicitly identify how the budget decisions tie into that strategic plan, those needs identified, and I suspect, in our case, that we will be able to very clearly identify for them, this is the gap in the resources from what you're providing to what we would actually need to do the things that you're asking us to do. So it might be a really, they might get some surprising results from these new requirements, but I just wanted to understand if this is the data that we're going to be seeing and working with in that process as well.
Also, through the, so our buildings will have their rubric data that you're just talking about, and then use that along with a multitude of other sources of data just to decide what are the most critical elements of the goals that they need. But the next layer of that is some action planning, and we could develop some guiding questions where they're going to be saying, this might be a goal, but we don't have the resources, or we don't, I don't have what I need to do this goal. So what do we do? That's information for us. Do we advocate in a different way? Do we have to revise the goal? And what does that mean as you look at that rubric and think?
And I think we are going to be tasked with very explicitly showing that homework.
Yeah.
When we do our budget work in August and September. Okay. All right, thank you for that.
And if everything remains the same, it's going to be on this long form that we're going to have on our website as well. Duplicating.
Get what they asked for, right?
Right, exactly.
Doing it, it's out there in great detail. Yeah. Thank you.
Continuing our conversation with student-centered learning tonight, we're going to just give you an update on our collaboration with Equal Opportunity Schools. At the heart of this work, it provides access, opportunity, meaningful participation, and outcomes for our students here in Lawrence Public Schools. Before I go into and start sharing the data, I want to say, first of all, thank you to the foundation for partnering with us to pay half of the cost to be able to do this work. And then the remaining cost comes from Title IV, so it does not come out of the general budget. I wanted to make that clarification. The work that I support here at this building really is facilitated at the individual buildings. So I want to take this time right now to publicly thank Matt Rink for his work at Free State High School, and then Mr. Mark Pruitt at Lawrence High School. There's a lot of encouraging and reminders, to complete and, so that we have data to look at. So we're really excited to be able to share this update with you tonight. The focus of year two, this is year two of our work. If you remember back in July, I think it was a couple weeks after I first started, we did almost an hour presentation of Equal Opportunity Schools. That is not what's happening tonight. I saw the look. That is not what's happening. But our focus for year two is centered around extending equity, and that is what we have done. So let's take a look right now at the mission, and a reminder of the mission of EOS is to ensure that all students have the opportunity to succeed in challenging high school courses, and particularly that low income and students of color have opportunities to succeed at the highest levels. Let's look at the numbers. Let's look at the impact. First of all, we had 696 students surveyed across all grades. We had 591 10th and 11th grade students on the outreach list. That outreach list is made up of students saying, I'm interested in taking an AP course. So that's a list that is generated for us, and from there, we take that list of names and we reach out to students. We reach out and have individual conversations with students as well as families to encourage them to enroll in AP courses. Next, we had 169 of our 10th and 11th grade students register for at least one AP course. And this is data based upon April. It's very, very end of April. So a lot of things have taken place since that time. I spoke with Julia, who is our EOS partnership director, and she is ready to meet with Matt and Mark again this week. She said, is this the last day of school? And I told her the work never ends. So just because it's the last day doesn't mean that everything just kind of comes to a halt. So she will be in touch with us this week to give us an update on what has occurred since the end of April. Let's take a look at the numbers. What you're looking at right now is a district progress towards the equity in AP. The numbers show, I'm going to take you all the way down to the bottom right corner where that little arrow is in the blue. And if you look at the overall targeted students, 21%, that is 135 out of a total of 643, so 21% in that area. So that's where we were in the fall. So from the fall until now, or the end of April right now, and what's projected for us is going from 21% to 25%. So that is an increase of 4%. Let's take a look at the, I'm gonna start kind of right there in the middle. Let's take a look at the Hispanic, Latinx area. If you see the medium high income students, 31%, so that's 24 out of 78 students as we look at the projection that was made for the fall. and then how the projection is for medium income students. So we have a total of 35 students out of 112. So we're still right there at that 31%. And then for the low-income students, we have 9%, that's 6 out of 64, and that was what the projection was. And the projection for this fall, it will be 20%, which will be 12 out of the 60. One of the things that I do want to point out, if you'll look at the area of African-American, Black African-American student, there still needs to be a greater concentration with those students. So that we have an opportunity to encourage more students of color, African American in particular, to participate in those classes. So that means a greater outreach. That means principals talking to students, counselors talking to students, anyone. I will talk to students, whoever is needed, to be able to encourage African American students to take the courses. And sometimes it takes just someone saying, I know that you can do this, and I will walk beside you as you continue this work. Taking a look right now at Free State High School, and based up on the course request, and this is 92% of course requests that were received. And again, this is the report was generated on April 21st that you see at the bottom there. The overall Free State increase was 4%. And then, and this includes the significant gains that you can see in the Latinx and the multiracial student populations. And I will pause if there's any question or anything that you want to ask Free State about the work and things that has taken place. I'm going to continue on, and you may have some at the end. We'll take a look at Lawrence High School next. Lawrence High School overall data shows an increase of 5% in the course request, and then you will see that there has just been a consistent increase in each subgroup overall. Once again, this is 92% that we're looking at right now, and not 93% in this particular report. And then I wanted to take a moment, let me go back and show you this. If you look at the subgroups at the top, we have Asian, Black, African American, Hispanic, Latinx, we have multiracial, additional races, white students. So I wanted to go ahead and pull out and give you just a better definition of additional races or not specified. So you'll see for Free State, that under the area of additional races not specified, medium to high income, we have 33%, which is 16 out of 49. Our American Indian or Alaskan Native, we have 23, so that's 3 out of 13. So what does that say to us? That means that we still have work to do. And then we look at the Hawaiian for Free State, and that's 50%, and that's 1 out of the 2. And you can see the data for Lawrence High School that follows that same exact pattern. But I wanted to make sure that you had an understanding of what that definition meant. Once again, let's look at some numbers. Let's look at the impact. First of all, expected to participate, the expected participation rate change for students in AP is a 4% increase that I started the conversation with tonight. A change in the number of students expected to participate in AP, increase of 34 students. Conversion rate, students on the outreach list expected to participate in AP is 29%, and our goal that we set this year is 30%, so we are 1% away, but we know that time we get to the fall, that we will exceed that 29%, so that will be another highlight and celebration. This is my favorite part of all of the work that EOS does, because they really focus on belongingness, which is just another terminology that measures school connectedness, if you will, how well a child is connected to the school environment. So this shows us that our bright spot, that our students, 70% of the students state that they believe that the assignments that are being assigned by the teachers in class truly prepare them to have a growth mindset for learning. That's very important. But one opportunity for growth that we have found is that 68% of the students here in Lawrence Public Schools do not have an opportunity to redo or to retake assignments. So what does that say? Once again, it shows that we have work to do, and that students still need opportunities to be able to go back in and to redo those assignments and redo those tests. So what does that say to us as the leaders? That means that we go back and we have those conversations. We collaborate with those classroom teachers to ensure that students are getting those opportunities to be able to do so. Now, this is true student voice. This is not adults giving a summary of what we think. This is exactly what students have said to us. And by really centering student voice, we can make the necessary changes. Let's talk about the district level training that has taken place this year. I'm going to use one word, and I'm going to use the word superb to describe the level of training that Equal Opportunity Schools has provided for us. And each time we go through a training, it's like, oh my gosh, we need more people here. So one of the things I've asked for next year is that we will take at least one of them, and maybe two of them, but especially the one on student belonging. I brought this to for our EAC and POC team members, or Equity Advisory Council, and our Parent of Color Advisory team. And we're going to offer this training in August for our parents and for our community, to engage them into the learning of what does it truly mean to belong in a school? What does it mean to belong in a classroom? It was powerful online, but I'm so excited that EOS is coming back on the road. So this upcoming year, they're going to come to us, and we'll be able to do that up close and in person. So you can see the different topics that we have had. We've had 4 different trainings. Like I said, every single one have been absolutely phenomenal. Our next goal for 2022-2023 is looking at our reporting tools, our reporting and our tools. But really one of the things I'm excited about is that year 3 and 4 really takes a deeper dive into equity and looking at our EOS equity teams. Our EOS equity teams are a little bit different than our building equity teams as we know them. Just EOS uses that same terminology. This is the part that's really exciting. It says, if you were invited to participate and encourage in helping students like you take AP courses, what would you be interested in? This is the voices of students in Lawrence Public Schools. 148 said organizing peer recruitment, mentoring, and/or support groups for other students. That's how you continue and you build the momentum by increasing those numbers, is you have those peer groups. You have the near peer being able to say, I encourage you, I will walk with you, I will support you taking this class. Then you have 111 students have said they want to participate on a student advisory council that meets with administration, focusing just on AP courses. Once again, it's offering that support in our schools. And last but certainly not least, 117 said that participating in additional student leadership groups to promote positive change in AP courses. What does that say to us? That says that the students are enjoying being in the classes, but there are some changes that they would like to recommend, that we do some things differently. Once again, this is centering student voice. So this is just a very quick, just kind of a synopsis of what is taking place with Equal Opportunity Schools. It's, once again, it's proven to be very enjoyable, very helpful, helping us to focus our attention and give students access, opportunity, meaningful participation, and to ensure high outcomes. So any questions at this time? Matt and Mark, I appreciate you being here and hanging out with me, because it's their story, and I want you to tell your story if you have any questions for them.
I do have a question.
Yes.
So what I see that there's I'm not sure if it's significant, but a significant to me, or at least notable difference between like the white students, even the total, and the black students. That seems to be a recurring theme, even in different metrics for tracking our black students are not performing. What are we doing about that, about AP specifically?
Okay, so I'm going to pause for a second. I'm going to ask Mark and Matt to come forward, and then I'll wrap up with they finish up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I had anticipated that question from you.
I think one of the things that we have to continue to focus in on is that student belonging piece, making sure that that all of our students are seeing other students like them in those classes and getting those students to be, recruited in. I will also say the one thing that this does not take into account is our KU Blueprint classes. We have AP classes and we have KU Blueprint classes, and both of them are very important, but it doesn't look at those numbers at all. And those numbers, as far as total students enrolled in those, are high as well. So,
I know one of the important supports we have in place is AVID, and that is providing those students who sometimes come in not feeling confident about their academic skills, maybe needing a little boost. Just one, it provides those academic skills, but two, it provides that cadre of support and peer support to maybe take a leap and jump out and take a risk. Also know in talking with counselors, overall our AP numbers, students in AP classes have dropped. I think with COVID and being separated, there's a little temerity about jumping in to a very challenging class, especially if you're like, I'm not sure I can do this. So I think a lot of people pulled back. I'm encouraged by the number of students who are willing to set up those peer support groups, and I think that's going to be the key. The other key that came out in the data is the importance of parents. We've been using teachers and students to outreach, the importance of parents in that outreach. So one of the changes is that we'll put in for next year is really reaching out to parents so they can reach out to their kids.
The piece that I want to add to what Mark and Matt have said tonight is, I talked earlier about the belongingness presentation that is going to take place in August. So there's another piece of that. At our Principals Institute in the middle of June 14th, is when it begins. We are opening that 3-day institute with a student panel. And one of the questions that I'm going to explore with students is, what does belongingness mean and look like to you? We have a truly diverse student panel that will be giving responses. And if we're wondering what students are thinking, we have to simply ask them. So we're doing that piece of student belongingness, and then we're going to also invite students, doing a session just for students on that belongingness. So we'll do one for adults and faculty and staff, and then community members, but also do one individually for students. The one activity, I can't tell you because I will give it away, but there's one activity in particular that took place during that presentation on belonging that really we could have stopped right there. Because what we as adults see as belongingness and what students see as belongingness are two different things that far apart. So it's very, very powerful. So that's where we're going to begin, building those relationships. That's the foundation to everything that we do.
Agreed. So would you say the students, the black students in particular, just don't see themselves in AP classes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I will say that even before we had this data, when I had a conversation with my Superintendent Advisory Council, and I asked some of the students of color, particularly some of the black students, what are some barriers or what are some reasons as to why you or your some of your friends don't enroll in AP classes? And it was just that they don't see anybody in the class that looks like them, and then they went further. Nor do I see anyone in front of the class that looks like me. So there are some opportunities there for us to address that.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Okay, just 3 short slides left. We're going to talk about Jayhawk Blueprint. You just heard a lot about AP. We have about 1,400 students who take AP courses. We have about 362 students who are enrolled in our Jayhawk Blueprint program. I often get questions about what's the difference between AP course and Jayhawk Blueprint. An AP course is a college-level course that has a test or an exam at the end. You get a score on that exam. Some colleges accept certain scores for college credit. Some don't. It's up to each individual school. A Jayhawk Blueprint course is a college course that is taught within our high schools and is taught with our staff. So students' grades are getting that college credit automatically. Now, each college can decide whether they will honor that credit, but the University of Kansas is a member of the Higher Learning Commission, and it's very highly likely to transfer. And we have about 16 courses that are AP courses. We have 7 courses that are Jayhawk Blueprint courses, just to sort of share the difference. We're very fortunate that the Lawrence Schools Foundation has stepped up. Any student who qualifies for free lunches has their tuition paid. Remember, tuition is 1/3 of what it is for the university students. Any student who is on a reduced lunch has half of their tuition paid. So we're really trying to lower the barriers for those students. We're really pleased that KU has really put some juice into the system and really assigned some staff to help us out and really continue to promote this program. We also wanted to provide you some information on individual plans of study. This is a state board goal that every student will complete an individual plan of study. For the first time ever, we have an individual plan of study curriculum that we require every student in grades 6 through 12 to complete. This is the first year, so I'm going to tell you with the data that you're seeing here, it's the first time we've ever done this, right? Each grade level has between 4 and 8 lessons that they do within our Zello system, which is where they keep their individual plans of study. In our first year, we've had 24% of our students complete all the lessons that they are required to complete. 25% of them are in progress. We have high hopes for the next 2 days that they will get those completed, right? And we have 51% who have not started. You'll see some data there about schools. I combined the percentage that were completed and in progress. 2 schools have 20% of students who have completed and in progress. 3, remember this includes all 6 of our brick and mortar and LVS in this number. 3 of those schools are at 37% or higher, and 2 of our schools are at 87% or higher. So it's our hope that the 2 schools with 20% or below might learn something from those schools that are 87% or higher as we continue to make progress. And we've set a goal of 85% or higher for 22-23. And lastly, a little bit of information about career and technical education. There are many paths. I think Mark and Matt did a great job of explaining, like, there's lots of ways we're trying to catch kids to reduce those barriers and have them believe they're college and career ready. And so when you think about AVID, when you think about the EOS and AP classes, Jayhawk Blueprint, this is Career and Tech Ed is another one of those. We have 22 KSDE approved pathways for next year. A pathway has 3 levels of courses, an introduction, a technical, and an application level course. They all also have articulated agreements with post-secondary schools in the state of Kansas. So if kids take the right sequence of course, or sometimes it's just the course, they can go get that credit at that specific college. We have 68% of our high school students who are taking career and technical education courses. This is a little tricky. It is a federal name called completers, so I'm going to explain it as best I can. You have to take 2 credits within the pathway to be a completer. It's an important number for us because we have a lot of participants, kids who are exploring different career areas, but once they explore it and they think this is really for me, they may take graphic design 1 and 2, they then may take advanced graphic design. So they're showing like, this is really, I know I have an interest in this and I want to take advantage of it. So we have 287 students who are completers. Our most popular pathways for completion are listed there. I thought it might be interesting. We require every kid to take a career matchmaker in every grade, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and you think, boy, that's a lot of matchmakers. Kids change their mind a lot. A lot of times they change what they're interested in before lunch, so we need to check that a lot. The most popular is arts and AV technology and communications, human services, then health science, ag and food, and architecture and construction. It just kind of gives you an idea about what our kids are interested in based on their preferences. Questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So this is, this is one of those questions I hope that doesn't make you crazy because I don't understand the legislation yet. But Shannon talked about the new legislation that passed. How, thinking about taking advantage of that, or not taking advantage of it, utilizing it to create alternative ways for students to get credit that both aligns with their interests. And I know that 4 years ago when you and I sat down to talk, and Dr. Stubblefield talked about this as well, and I've heard Dr. Lewis talk about a vision for how do you get a math credit, and I'm not sure that I fully understand the legislation, but is there anything in there that is an opportunity for us?
Yeah, I think Dr. Lewis serves on our graduation requirements, the Ksde Graduation Requirements Task Force. We're excited to see what the Kansas State Board of Education passes because those regulations will be helpful in guiding us and explaining to parents and teachers and students, what would be the expectation to meet those competencies and look at credit in a different way. It's exciting, but we also want to make sure that we're meeting those expectations from the Kansas State Board of Education for graduation requirements. So I don't know if that totally answers your question, Kelly, but I think it's a really exciting time for high school and looking at what, I appreciate Dr. Watson looking at high school differently and being adaptable to students. Students now want to work. And they should get credit if that work is meeting certain curriculum standards.
Okay, so you're looking for the rigor within the application of those standards in that alternative coursework, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We're real lucky to have one of our things we fund with our Perkins dollars is a work-based learning coordinator. Megan Gladbach is out in the community talking to employers and saying, what would you need? One thing that Shannon didn't mention was there is another piece of legislation that passed about liability for students who are doing work-based learning. That has been a huge challenge as we've talked to employers about giving work-based learning opportunities that meet all the curriculum standards is that liability piece.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Patrick, so I'm going back to the slide on the individual plans of study. I know that this has been a real challenging piece of the state board's vision to implement.
I'm really trying to change.
You don't have to change
Yes,
the slide,
yes,
but
go
I
ahead,
just
yeah.
wanted to tell you which slide I was going to talk about.
Oh, no, that's
So I anecdotally, as a parent, I have probably experienced the 5 schools that are at 37% or below in terms of my own students' participation in this process. So I'm wondering for next year, since your goal is to get them all, to, which I think is, I really love that we have data on this now because I feel like this has been amorphous. What supports are going to be in place to, other than just shaming those schools into doing a better job, what supports are we putting in place to help them go from 20% to 85%?
So at the middle school level, it's really looking at and working with principals and saying, where did your staff decide to do this work? Can we learn from those schools that were really high, and 2 of those were middle schools, Where did you do this? How did you put that in place? I think some of our principals, have communicated to me, wow, I just didn't make it a priority. That I am really supportive of it, and I think the staff, but we need to really articulate, like, this is going to happen, and how it, what are the benefits to kids? We've done a lot of that over the past 2 years, talking about why we do IPS, but making the space for it. I think, and Matt's here, and he could weigh in if he wants, but in talking with one of our high schools, they had a different schedule this year that I think there was the expectation that we tell kids to do it, and they do it, and they maybe didn't do it like they should. So this data is really helpful, like you said, not to shame, but just to say, hey, let's talk about what you did differently than another school so we can make more progress on it. Those numbers may be discouraging to some. They're super encouraging to me. because it's a first time we've did it, and I remember some of the pushback we've had against individual plans of study. So we're making progress there. We haven't reached our aspiration yet, but we're making progress.
And I definitely agree with that, so I didn't intend the question to be a criticism. I just, an acknowledgement of how difficult it has been, and I'm excited to see that we have some data and some goals and some concrete ways that we can talk about it. It seemed like last year at Free State, the space where this was happening was in those Wednesday morning check-ins that students were having, and that seemed to be real effective. I anecdotally, like, that got lost this year for students that were not freshmen, I think, so.
Yeah, in a perfect world, I mean, our aspiration is that every teacher sees a value in an individual plan of study within their curriculum. So if a student expresses like, hey, I'm really interested in human services, let's talk about what you're taking in high school that's setting you up for that, right? Let's take a look at, your graduation requirements and how you're doing in these courses. I talk to a lot of students who will say, I want to be an engineer. And then you look at their math scores and say, is this really the right space for you? It may be, but we need to reassert some energy and some priorities around that.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for Patrick? No? All right. Thank you so much, Patrick.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll return back to this room at 8:50 before we go into executive session. Could someone read the motion to recess to executive session, please?
I move the Board of Education recess to executive sessions to protect the public interest in negotiating a fair and equitable contract, to discuss negotiations pursuant to the exception of employer-employee negotiations on the COMA with Dr. Anthony Lewis, Cindy Frick, Kristen Ryan, Sarah Hamlin, Kevin Harrell, and Dr. Larry Engelbrick invited to be present, and with the board to return to open session at 9:31? Okay, with no actions to follow.
This is Carol, I second.
Blackwood,
Yes.
Emerson,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Nussbaum,
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Bull. Yes. Motion passes 6-0.
open session with no action to follow. And we'll wait a few minutes for Dr. Lewis for any closing announcements. All right, any closing announcements?
I know we have a board meeting in June. I don't have my computer open, but we'll talk about something. Agenda. But as a reminder, graduations are this week. We moved Free State to Thursday. We're still watching the weather for LHS. And talking to Mark, there may be an option for maybe a 30-minute later start, depending on when the rain stops. But we'll definitely communicate with the board and the community on that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
This is Kay. I motion we adjourn.
This is Carol, I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed say no. Motion carried.